Yeah, I think if the rest of the final is like the first frame, we'll be happy enough.
20. $21.
Can't believe the stream went down. We've been up all night preparing our intros. Can't believe you've missed it. Anyway, should be all back and good, up and running again. Judd Trump at the table, of course, looking to respond to that opening frame, and that was a brilliant shot he's just played right-handed there. Lovely control.
28.
Massive game for both players. World champion against the world number one. The perfect final, if you like, to become the first ever champion of this event. Judd Trump doing what he always does so very well and attacking early on.
$34. 35.
Well played shot there from Judd. It was thin contact on the blue, had to be mindful of missing the green. Just that little bit of running side brought it down. Practically straight with the red, as you've seen, but not a problem to Judd. I feel he's just one good cannon or disturbance away from winning this frame.
That was a great example of when it looks straight, you're not really straight, are you? You're able to manufacture
48.
angles out of shots. Judd there potting the red into the left of the pocket as he was looking. Touch of side as well. Better shot
49.
than it looked to get back perfect on the black.
And the fact that that red below the pink was able to go certainly helped. Doesn't need to go anywhere near that group of three. Again, he'd be pleased to get a frame on the board if he continues
56.
on. And be very pleased if he's done it in one visit.
57.
This could set the tone for the match, which is exactly what we want. Both of them at their best, trading blows.
64. 65.
Just this black then you feel to secure this frame. The last few days,
72.
hearing some comments from the players saying that the tables are playing a little bit more difficult. Temperatures are very high over there in Xi'an, and as a result, conditions a little bit harder. Very warm in the arena. As a result, and your hands in the cue just a little bit stickier. Table probably doesn't
79.
play as fast and as responsive. But
80.
Judd's making a good job of it here.
The perfect response for the world number one. Needed to get a frame on the board as
87.
early as possible. Now both players very much settled into this final. And now a very real chance of a first century.
88. $94. 95.
So this pink for career century 991 for Judd Trump. Brilliant start. Start as you mean to go on, guys. This is fantastic. Both players now, as I say, very much settled into this final. Judd Trump stepping up when he needed to.
102.
Both players fully aware of one another's capabilities. And Judd Trump, the entertainer as he is, looking to just finish off this second frame in style.
109. 111.
He's loved wherever he plays in the world, but particularly here in China. The crowds absolutely love his style of play. We absolutely love his style of play. Some of the shots he's able to produce, mind-boggling. Well, not to be no total clearance from Judd Trump, but a break of 114 is more than good enough to take the second frame. He's levelled up this final with Kyren Wilson, one each. One-one the scoreline here in Xi'an.
请大家保持
The
安静，谢谢。
Jiang Sports Complex, the venue, of course, for this, the first ever
Judd
ranking
Trump,
final in this region of China. Judd Trump breaking off in the third frame, having just made a beautiful break of 114. First to 10 for the title.
Foreign with Judd Trump 4.
Again, just to reiterate, any new viewers joining us on Matchroom Live, apologies, there was a technical glitch at the start of play. You may have missed the opening frame, which, of course, Kyren Wilson won. Myself and Fergal O'Brien overseeing this one to a finish. Should all be back up and running now. As Kyren Wilson looks to start this third frame. Nestling up to this red on the top cushion. Well, he hasn't nestled up to it. He's actually pushed it on, and a possibility of a chance for Judd Trump to pop this red to left corner. Can screw up for balk colour or blue. Yeah, good pot. Big mistake from Kyren Wilson.
1.
Fergal, Judd not the sort of player you want to let get too far ahead.
Absolutely not. And that's the thing coming in this tournament. He hasn't been at his very best. It wouldn't be the first time Judd Trump has battled his way through to a final and then played his very best. Still feel he's plenty left in the tank. Kyren's probably had a more difficult path to the final that has him sharp and battle hardened as such, but he'd rather win easy. He just hasn't been scoring the way he normally would be, Judd. And that's the danger in playing Judd. That's the fear you have when you go in to play him. He's a great long potter.
13.
Greater range of shots than anybody. But more importantly, when he's in, you expect him to score very heavy. Just as I say that, poor mistake. Just looking to pot it and screw back off the pack. Very unusual for him not to play that really well. He will be frustrated with that, particularly after that century in the last frame. He'll be looking to continue. Just hasn't quite been as clinical as he normally is. Again, he was toying with the idea of maybe coming off a cushion, playing one of the ball colours, but I like just to play with the spider off the black. Not a lot he could do there. However, even though he has the white tight on the cushion, you can see he has left this red. Kyren's already eyeing it up.
Judd Trump, 14.
Yeah, and that's a brilliant pot from Kyren Wilson. Although Judd Trump got a good cue ball welded to that top cushion, it wasn't enough to stop Kyren Wilson being tempted by that red to right middle, and now Judd finds himself in a very difficult snooker.
Kyren Wilson, 1.
Just looking at his options here, Judd, the biggest target to attack would be the back of the reds. Can he come to cushions and nestle into the back of them? That's what he's tried. It looks wide. He's just about okay. That's a good shot. This Kyren Wilson's 15th ranking final appearance. Looking to add another trophy to his collection of 6 already. First major win, of course. Came back in 2015 here in China when he lifted the Shanghai Masters, beating Judd Trump 10-9 in the final that day. This feels like a massive moment for him as well, Kyren, although obviously he's won the World Championship. You know, there's been talk down the years between these two. This, not so much a rivalry, I would say, but, you know, players of a similar age, hungry to get to the top of the game themselves. This is a big opportunity for Kyren today. Judd's dominance in snooker has been apparent in recent times. It feels like the biggest scalp of all at the minute to beat Judd Trump.
请将手机关机。 1.
Yeah, nicely cued. It's noticeable how good Kyren is cueing off the cushion. Those kind of shots. Cues them very well, very smooth. Again, Judd will be disappointed that Kyren even had that red in the middle to go for.
3.
Just this match, these players, small little details, small margin of error will be crucial today.
Four.
So he's just looking at the red right of the pink. In dropping this blue in, may leave himself an angle to just pop that red stun across the underside of the pink for pink to right middle. Possibly just promote another 1 or 2 reds
9.
as well. Just coming around to have a look at how much room he's got underneath that pink. I think he's got plenty. Well, big mistake from Kyren Wilson. So often knocks in that type of shot with the rest.
9.
Didn't cue that as well as he normally did. Rather than being smooth through the ball, it was more like maybe threw the cue a bit at it.
One. Four.
You can see him even before he played the green. He knew that green was a little bit thin contact. It's going to be hard to control the white. Just settle for trying to disturb that cluster, which didn't go ideal. However, as he's playing that plant, he can play it as the shot to nothing.
Five.
Played it nicely, but as you can see there, close to that pink. All a question of, is he hampered? Can he just get at the side of the white to maneuver it down the table?
Nine.
He'd be hoping that's not touching. We can see it isn't. Is he on that red to the left corner? That's what he's had a look at.
Well, it's very tight, clearly. He must feel he can just get through enough to see the potting angle of this red. It can be quite deceiving when another ball is so close to the cue ball. If You can't see it. He's been quite unlucky, really, because he's played into a big area there and he's pretty much landed in the one place where he hasn't got anything to go at.
Judge Chuang, 9.
Kyren's going to play off the red on the right-hand side cushion. So he just came down to have a look at the path of this red when it comes off the cushion. Is it going close to the corner pocket? Will it collide other reds? And he was fearful of it colliding another red. That's why he caught on the thin side. For these two players, you'd probably call it a scrappy enough frame. Don't think there'll be too many of these during the day, so whoever can win the majority of these frames probably end up the winner. Scrappy frames like this where you maybe have had chances, always a little bit harder to take if you do lose them, rather than if your opponent gets in and wins in one visit.
This is a part of both players' games that has improved no end over the last few seasons. Both hardened match players. Both know the importance of a good safety battle. But Judd Trump eyeing up this red to left corner. Well, he was a long way away, and the worst possible cannon to the reds. He stuck Kyren in. And you can see as he walks back to his chair, just practicing his delivery there. Didn't feel like he cued that one very well at all. Little flick of the wrist from Judd as he sat down. Didn't feel good, that one. It certainly won't look good from where he's sat now. I think if Kyren was to win today, Fergal, it would be a big statement, if anything.
1.
You know, he played in Championship League, didn't get through the group. He played in the Shanghai Masters, got whitewashed by Zhou Yulong. You could maybe just give him the benefit of the doubt that he was possibly still in holiday mode after winning that world title. But this week has been very much back to business. He put the work in for this event, and it was important that he went deep in a tournament quickly at the start of this season to really set himself up nicely for the rest of the campaign.
Yeah, any world champion, but certainly first-time winner. Under greater scrutiny,
6.
different expectations of other people and their own. Maybe a question of if they don't start season well. It's like, yeah, but what's he done it since he
7.
won the Worlds? Again, that has been an issue for players. Just dealing with everything that's involved, greater demands on your time. But I just get a sense of Kyren, the character he is, being world champion is far more likely to inspire him than inhibit him.
Nine. Kyren Wilson.
Yeah, always looked
9.
like it was just on that right-hand side. Also looks there, he can get past the yellow for the red.
Yeah, so the
1.
long red attempt from Judd Trump that went well astray, not punished from the world champion. Judd Trump straight back in. By no means an easy chance, just the one loose red in open play. Looking to play the cannon into the 2 reds straight away. Had the perfect angle from the black. Couldn't have played it any better. Beautiful control again from
8.
Judd Trump.
Nine.
Won't need that red closest to his arm. And just focus on potting these 2.
16.
Been a good response from Judd after losing the opener. Had a chance for a possible
17.
steal as well, so had he have converted that chance, we could have been looking at a very healthy lead. Still a chance, of course, to take a healthy lead into the 15-minute interval. Big frame coming up for Kyren Wilson.
24.
Judd, not the player you want to give a lead to. So very good from the front. Well, so very good anyway, really. He certainly knows how to win
25.
now. Wasn't happy with the previous shot from black to red, left himself straight, which meant he couldn't give himself a nice enough angle to pop this blue and get in behind this red.
Even though when he pots this blue, he'll be 37 ahead, currently to Snooker. He'll be well aware of the importance of getting a good first safety on this red. The black's on its spot, but also that yellow and pink so close together.
30.
Kyren was able to, if he got a chance, get behind the yellow. The Snooker's guaranteed, so that's why he's giving this his full attention. He knows this frame's not over.
Judd Trump. 30.
And now in cannoning the black, this little corner of the table has become a big target for Kyren Wilson. Maybe legs left in this one just yet. And that is not a good shot.
Yeah, kind of fell into the trap of, because he needed Snooker, first shot, had to try and go and get it. Always looked like he couldn't really get a Snooker without potentially leaving the red on. Nice little bit of look for Judd there, but sometimes when you need a Snooker, you might have to play a few shots, just biding your time, keeping the red safe, keep it on the table till you get a better opportunity that will present itself. He'll settle for that, I think.
No touching ball declared, so Judd having to make contact with this red. He won't be doing too much with it, though.
No. touching.
Judd thinks it might be touching. The referee, Zhang Tao, saying it isn't.
Maybe this.
Well, it certainly looked very close.
Kyren getting involved as well.
Thank you.
Kyren agreeing, doesn't think it's touching. Either way, he was going to be in big trouble his next shot when he comes back to the table.
Judd's thinking, you stay in your chair.
Nice eyes Judd's got.
Why Judd was so hopeful it was touching was more or less a guaranteed snooker, even better snooker. Yeah, I think he used that opportunity in playing the red to get that black out of that dangerous corner. He always felt where it was, nearly no matter what position the balls, you'd be able to get it in and around that area. But where it's landed now, the black, that's that congestion, which is certainly in Kyren's favour.
Well, that looked like a very inviting table for Kyren Wilson to possibly lay a snooker. But a poor shot, a poor attempt, and he stuck the red up for Judd Trump. Who very gladly knocks it in, but where's the cue ball gone?
Wilson, 4.
That is a huge misjudgment from Judd Trump. He must have fancied it going close. It never touched the side, so okay, he's removed the red from the table, the possibility of a free ball. But 34 points behind, Kyren Wilson still needs a few snookers, but as I say, look at this cluster of coloured balls near the balk area. Big targets for Kyren. When you don't get the first snooker that you plan on getting, you feel it's a big uphill battle. And now Kyren finds himself in one. Expected Kyren to get closer to laying the snooker from that previous shot. And he's fluked the yellow, has he? Judd won't be too disappointed to see that yellow leave the table either, just removes another ball from the table.
Kyren Wilson, 2.
Just feel the snooker that Kyren Wilson may lay has to be a very good one. Needs to be tight. 2 or 3 cushion escape type of shot. It's just not good enough to leave a 1 cushion escape against these players. a disappointing attempt from Kyren Wilson. Needed to catch that green slightly thicker. That now surely the end of this frame. Had a couple of mini chances, Kyren Wilson, early on. Wasn't able to take them. It's Judd Trump who's come through.
7.
To go into the lead for the first time in this match. Still a very, very long way to go. Both players just treating each little mini session as their targets.
12. 18. Judd Trump.
Nicely done from Judd Trump. So the world number 1 made the better start of the two today, leading Kyren Wilson 2-1. Judd Trump 2-1 up here in the Xi'an Grand Prix final. Kyren Wilson with it all to do to level things up before the mini interval. Breaking off here in the 4th frame. The world champion doesn't want to let Judd Trump get too far ahead in this match. Of course, he will know that. Judd, winner of 28 ranking titles throughout his career. Still in the hunt for the 29th, which would see him eclipse Steve Davis into 4th position as the player with the 4th most amount of ranking titles won. The next few seasons could be massive for Judd Trump. He's already had a brilliant campaign. Started off with a win in Shanghai. Looking for back-to-back titles again in China.
He's obviously won all around the world, but maybe over the years in China, sometimes the conditions can be a little bit more difficult, a little bit harder for all players to maneuver the white around the table. And maybe the fact he's a greater range of shots, a great cue power, gives him an advantage. That was a good pot he got there. Obviously unlucky.
4.
The yellow went in as well, but no damage done. Yeah, but I think he's won 24 of his last 25 matches in China, which is a ridiculous success rate in this day and age with so many players.
Yeah, quite often in these tournaments, there's moments throughout the event, you know, where it could have gone wrong for a player. We saw Kyren Wilson come through a decider against Jimmy Robertson. 4-2 down in that match. Could quite easily have been home by now. But Judd Trump's run throughout this whole event has been quite convincing. Not at any stage have we thought he's in big trouble here. Conceded just 7 frames throughout the whole event, including the qualifier to get here. So it's been a thoroughly dominant display from Judd Trump. No one has put him to the wire just yet. Can Kyren Wilson do that today?
Judd went down the table just to have a look. That red to left middle, how close it is. It's obviously very possible. That's why he just elected for rolling up to the pack. Certainly Kyren with the advantage. Looking to get it tight in the cushion behind the black again.
This has got the looks of one of those scrappy frames where both players send in the reds up towards the balk area. Not a frame I've myself ever particularly enjoyed. But Kyren will be well aware just how good to the middle pockets Kyren has been already this morning. He's knocked in a couple of really nice pots from this top cushion. Now Judd Trump facing up one for himself. And it's not there.
Yeah, left this red for Kyren. I think the pace he plays it is important. Which even though he might stun it or even screw back. Actually, seeing that this red, the right the pink goes, finds that more appealing.
Yeah, good strike from Kyren. The opening of the pocket there helping him a fraction. He was able to replicate his normal cue action, albeit from the side cushion, struck it nicely.
And with that red that he potted being on, slightly questioned
6.
in hindsight the shot selection Judd played. First glance, it looked like he just left this red to the corner.
Seven.
Kyren will be looking just to re-establish a bit of rhythm, get himself back at the table, back in the game.
Ciao.
Looking to just tidy up this area of the
13.
table as well, try and get rid of these reds up beyond the blue spot. There is a red at the back of the pack that Kyren can pot this blue to right corner, come down the table for, get himself amongst the black spot.
$18. $19. $26.
From that split, not only was he able to pot that red,
27.
but had a nice little angle in potting it, as you've seen, just to develop a few more reds out. Didn't know exactly where he'd be with regard to the blue, but still expect him to pot this. There's a couple of reds in baulk, which makes this pot a bit easier. Now that he has potted, a
32.
great chance.
$33.
Just wonder how much of,
36.
you know, they both feel very comfortable in China, clearly, and how much of a part their brothers both play in that. You know,
37.
bringing sort of home comforts with them, allowing them to just feel like it's just a normal day at the office. Judd Trump, of course, and Kyren Wilson both have their brothers in their corner. It's important to try and make yourself feel as comfortable as possible when you're travelling around. It can be a very lonely sport at the best of times.
42.
Very hard to find things to do. Just wonder if that plays a big role in allowing the players to settle.
Yeah, I think it's
43.
important to have somebody in your corner. It can be a lonely, hard, tough game. Somebody in your corner particularly. Don't think you can get much better than having your brother. You know for a fact he has your back, only wants the very best fit.
50.
More and more players having teams with them
51.
rather than just trying to do everything by themselves. So it would be coaching, psychologist, travel companion. Can't have enough support. It's a tough game and standards are rising all the time. Any little edge you can get
58.
could be invaluable.
Wasn't on this red as intended, and it's made the difference. The split from the black went wrong.
Kyren.
Kyren
58.
clearly felt that it would almost be impossible to not be on a red going into the reds from the black. He was on one, but not as he would have liked. And worse yet, he's left the red for Judd Trump.
1.
See that so often on the snooker table. You're looking at a little cluster of reds that were around the pink spot there, perfect
8.
on the black. You think, well, I can't possibly go wrong. I'm pretty much guaranteed to be perfect. And somehow the white
9.
finds a way to just creep past another red, and Kyren wasn't on either red to right corner, had to take the red to middle, still fully expected him to knock it in. But it certainly made the difference. Now the work really starts for Judd. Those 2 safe reds in his
16.
sights.
$17.
May not have the perfect angle here to just top this pink in and try and promote the red. He'll have looked at that option. Looking at the double as well, which is not easy with the red being so close to the cushion.
$23.
Took the decision to just pop the pink and try and play a good safety shot on this red. And in playing it, trying to promote the other safe red as well.
Judd
Great
Trump.
shot from Judd
23.
Trump. Perfectly executed.
Yeah, not only did he judge the contact on the reds, made a point of keeping the white on this side of the table. And as you see there, it wasn't the black, pink, or maybe even blue. You get cover. Good hit from Kyren. To his advantage when he's 39 ahead, that those 2 reds are on balk. Makes getting high value colours obviously more difficult. Yeah, it did have a very easy safety shot if he wanted to play. He felt it was worth the risk. See, he would have been on the blue.
Got very close to knocking that red in the middle as well. It might have felt quite good when it left the cue. Just caught the near jaw. Kyren Wilson steps up and removes the red. And with it, any hope Judd Trump has of nicking this frame.
Yeah, we felt to be close. We felt they were evenly matched. What we've seen the first 4 frames. We were right.
6.
This is just setting up nicely for not just after the interval, but obviously
7.
this evening, of course.
It was very important that Kyren Wilson stepped up here and responded to Judd Trump's century break in the previous frame. In the second frame, sorry, break of 114.
10.
Just keep him with him. And as you say, it sets us up very nicely.
12.
9 frames to be played in this session, so 5 more after the interval. Can either player make a break
15.
to extend a lead going into this evening? We'll soon find out, but Kyren Wilson, job done in this frame anyway. Levels things up for us, 2 each at the interval. All to play for, very nicely poised. We'll be back in 15 minutes or so with the conclusion of this session in the Xi'an Grand Prix final. Very early days here in the Xi'an Grand Prix final. Nothing to separate the players at the moment, 2 apiece. As we head into this very important passage of play. 5 frames yet to come. First to 10 for the title, the trophy, and £177,000.
Straight away, he's left this red for Kyren. Can he pot and get round the back of the black? Got the pot, but contact on the black there. Was hoping to come around the back of it. Just glanced it on the way. But it's certainly not something Judd would want to continue doing. Even any red, particularly that red from his break.
It's been a really good tournament, this. We've thoroughly enjoyed every match we've seen on table 1. I think the crowds have thoroughly enjoyed it as well. All the players, officials, all been very complimentary over Xi'an as a place. The venue's been brilliant. And good to see as well that in the coming years, the prize money is set to increase in this tournament, which is a great thing, of course, for the players, but for snooker in general. More tournaments mean more opportunities. Players very blessed to be able to travel the world playing this game. Snooker's so very big in China as well now. Great to have so many tournaments here. This one of 5 this season.
Very well played from Judd. As soon as one of the ball colour comes off their spots, lands in that kind of area, seems to be like a magnet. Players to try and get the ball behind it. Again, very well judged from Kyren, particularly the spread of the cushions.
So Judd not able to get back up into balk. Referee Zhang Tao will just check if this is touching or not. If it is, Kyren may can run up in behind green.
Taichimbo.
Just got to be wary of that red by the left corner pocket. Judged the pace to perfection. Now Judd only has the pack available to chip off. And now he's faced with that problem. In playing back to the balk area, very risky, may leave the red to left corner. And that's why he's just elected to float the cue ball back into the pack. Doesn't want to be the one to play the risky shot.
Yeah, it was interesting on that camera shot. As he was playing the shot, you could see Judd's eyes flicking from cue ball to object ball. But then as he went to strike the white, his eyes were on the object ball.
Rack. Yeah.
So both players, little glance at one another, both in agreement that that frame was going nowhere. The red over the left corner causing problems to both. Deciding to have a re-rack. Of course, the opportunity for Judd to land back-to-back titles in mainland China, won the Shanghai Masters last month, dismantled Ronnie O'Sullivan in the semi-finals 10-3, and then pretty much did similar to Shaun Murphy in the final, 11 frames to 5, and feels like he's not lost him forever here in China. 24th match win out of 25. Possibility to extend that today and lift this title for the very first time. Of course, big week coming up next week as well, the first ever ranking tournament in Saudi Arabia. All the players heading over there. The next event on UK soil is the English Open in Brentwood. Of course, Judd Trump won that event as he won so many others as well last season. Tickets are still available for that tournament if you want to head down to the venue, watch some of the best players in the world in action. The final has sold out already, so make sure you head over to wst.tv, check out all the tickets for that event and all the events coming up for the rest of the campaign.
7-5. Judd Trump to break.
Yeah, that term Brentford in Essex, real hotbed of snooker over the years. Of course, probably made most famous by Steve Davis and Romford. It's been down that part of the world as well for a while. And then from my own experience, early 90s, moving over to Ilford from Ireland, where not only Ken Doherty was there, but a young Ronnie O'Sullivan.
I've heard of that young Ronnie O'Sullivan. Did he ever amount to anything?
Well, one or two. Little bit.
Good to see that in the last frame as well. Both players clocking on very early that frame was going nowhere, making the decision to reset the balls. Neither player wants to get dragged down in this match.
That happens a lot more in the modern game. Certainly when I started playing, or even recently, it was nearly felt a sign of weakness. You could just offer it to have a re-rack. Much better nowadays. And again, with that re-racking, play being slowed down, probably didn't help him when he did get that chance, Judd. Didn't intend on catching the green, but it looks like he got a full enough contact. I think that, yeah, I think the blue has blocked it, the potting angle. Judd might gamble on playing a thicker contact on the reds, try and back himself to get the white behind that green and brown. You can see it, the line perfect, fraction short of pace. Kyren come round to have a look at the potting angle. Interesting to see, does he play a little bit of side on the, or spin on the white, or does he just totally commit? Yeah. Didn't compromise at all on the cue ball. Could have played lower on the white and tried and find a gap and swing it around. That would have made the pot a little bit more difficult. But the way he played it is a sign of his confidence. Sign of confidence in his cue action. He knew he was colliding into the other reds, but rather than being fearful of leaving Judd a chance, he used that to his advantage. His attitude was, I'm going to pot this red and disturb the reds and give myself the chance. It's such an asset if you have that trust and belief.
And now it's earned him this brilliant opportunity.
8.
Although that, one of the worst positional shots you'll see all day. Bitterly disappointed, you can see in his face. He knew that that was a good chance. He'd knocked in 2 good balls there to just create this opportunity, this opening. Red's already nicely spread, but to not land on the colour
Green
there
ball.
is a big misjudgment.
Conversion. 8.
Well, if this red doesn't cut to right corner, it's a guaranteed snooker, but yeah, I think it may do. Can just get past the green enough to find the potting angle. And just run through it as well.
One. Conversion. 1.
Judd trying to work out a plan. See, this red's easy starter, but where's his colour coming from?
1.
And it was worth taking those extra couple of seconds. Let's play that nicely. On the green. Looks like a couple of reds to the left of the pink.
Four.
2 chances already in this frame for Kyren Wilson. Can't afford to make all that many mistakes against Judd Trump. We've mentioned he's not quite hit the highs that we're so used to seeing from him this week, but you just get the feeling it's almost inevitable that he's going to find something. And even if he doesn't, he still knows how to win when he's not playing well now.
2. 13.
Judd's turn to make a bad mistake, trying to get position on the black. Might have been slightly distracted. You can see him there looking towards, might have been Cameron maybe or something. Very unusual mistake. Still can clip that back, as you can see, but to try and hold the white, maybe get a cannon on a red, makes it a bit more difficult. A good pot. Actually playing the little cannon worked to his advantage.
20.
Gave him a little bit more control. You do sometimes see in finals, this little second mini session can be quite important. Players have had the initial buzz of being introduced, trying to get off to a good start. It's very easy in this second half just to drop your intensity a little piece. And also fall into the trap that you still have plenty of time this evening, but both players
27.
Both players can't be leading, but both players at worst will want to be 5-4 down.
28.
Not for a second is either player going to give up, but you do think 6-3 might just be too big of a lead for either player to recover from. Just jockeying for position here, both players.
35.
Yes, of course, they'll both be fully aware of that. They're able to inflict a lot of
36.
damage on this match in this session.
Yeah, to put it in context, if either player is 6-3
43.
down, you have to then actually win 7-3 or better tonight.
44.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, and the task ahead for Kyren Wilson is a simple one, I suppose. Doesn't make it any easier. Judd has only dropped 7 frames in this whole event. Kyren has got to win more than that today to beat
51.
him.
52. 58.
So he's looking for one more red after this red, really, Judd Trump, just to sign and seal this frame. little glance at the scoreboard, you can see 50 points in front. The colour, when removed, will leave Kyren needing snookers. We want to try and rest up onto this red beneath the black. And there'll be no heroics with this one, just pot the red. You can see from his reaction there, he's not happy one bit with that one. That's just allowed Kyren Wilson to come back to the table now and extend this frame. Needs the one snooker, Kyren, but the fact that this frame is now going on longer than it should do will annoy Judd.
One.
Yeah, Molly's still a strong favourite, obviously, to win. It's just extra time and energy being used up. What's going to be a long day. And also the fact in this first session, 9 frames are being played. That just means the gap between the sessions is going to be a little bit shorter.
8.
So don't be wasting any unnecessary energy.
Conversion.
It's also for
8.
days like today, not only do they practice hard, but also work on their fitness. So they have that level of stamina to keep their concentration and not wilt towards the latter stages of a tournament.
Yeah, and that's something that is quite often forgotten in professional snooker. You know, these guys are going deep in each event, particularly Judd Trump last season. Okay, Kyren Wilson's season ended up being brilliant, the best of his career. But up until winning that World Championship, it was a pretty poor one for him. But as I say, these guys are going so deep in events that they're here for pretty much the whole week. You've got to keep coming back. A lot of mental energy is exerted throughout the week, and to be able to sustain this level of intensity, it's admirable. But of course, it's their job. That's what they're here to do. They're here to win titles.
8. Conversion. 8.
Possibility of a snook here for Kyren. If you can judge it right, play it twice over. Leave the red on the left-hand side, and the white somewhere behind the green. Now he's mishit it badly. Again, should have at least made sure
Judge Trump and the frame.
he didn't leave the red over the pocket.
Nod of the head from Kyren Wilson. He's seen enough there, knew that Judd Trump would just come to the table and pot that red. So it's Judd Trump who takes the lead in this match, 3-2 in a race to 10. So from being 2-1 down, Judd Trump has slightly turned this one around now to take the lead for the first time in this match. Leading the world champion 3 frames to 2. 4 more frames to be played in this session. Can either player make a big enough impact on the scoreline going into tonight? Seems unlikely that either would pull away by a distance you would feel that either could not overturn. It's not been fireworks so far today. Judd Trump, the highlight with the century break, of course, in the second frame. But things could very quickly spark into action. So, first chance for Kyren Wilson. This red, a sitter. Can he control it for the black?
One.
Yeah, it's perfect. Nicely played. So, first good chance for Kyren Wilson now. 4 or 5 reds in open play early on. To just play a little cannon to the red directly above the black there, that just pushes it out of the way.
8.
That now gives him the option to pot this red, land low on the black, possibly go into the reds as well, bring more reds into play.
Yeah, the fact that Kyren, you see there, he's very fine sandpaper. It's obviously quite sticky and humid in the arena. Just trying to get
9.
smoother. Can be quite off-putting if you feel the cues are sticking between the thumb and forefinger. Just played that well and got a lovely split.
16.
Yeah, controlled the spin of the cue ball nicely there. Kyren didn't see it go up towards the balk area, got a good enough contact on the reds to keep them open, and, well, 2 reds, 2 blacks. The reds nicely spread.
Seventeen.
At this early stage, you obviously won't be thinking of the 147, but just
24.
compiling the break might be easier to do from the black. But at some point, if it's in the back of his mind, it'll become in the forefront, but his priority has to be get the frame on the board. Don't
25.
jeopardize that. He's definitely struggling a little bit with the cue there, going over just to wipe it down, probably as a wet towel on it, dry towel. And again, sometimes maybe a bit of fluff or something from the towel got caught in the grain, just slightly distracting him.
Yeah, Kyren will definitely try and keep himself on the black for as long as possible because, as Fergal said, less distance is travelled, which makes it easier. The reds are all in this area of the table, so the obvious ball to play on is the black, but of course it all gets us excited when we see
32.
these top players in amongst these positions. If this was a practice game, Kyren would already be thinking of the maximum. First and foremost, secure the frame.
33.
During any maximum attempt, there's usually 1 or 2 occasions where a player goes into the reds.
40.
That very much determines whether the chance is on or not. Kyren has already gone into the reds once, pushed more into play. May have to play another little cannon at some point.
41.
That's helped in the short term.
48.
He's nicely on this red to right corner. Or slightly longer term. That red that was the most difficult to access has been developed. What probably adds to excitement is the fact that if Kyren does get a real good chance, you'd fully expect him to take it. He's already made 5 1-4-7s. So it's not a question of bottle, far from it. But again, he's still a little bit of work to do. Get the frame on the board. But if that red in the middle of the 5, which he had a look at, goes to the left corner, this actually becomes a great chance.
Well, took the decision to go into the reds again, and he is on a red to the middle, but you can see the little bang of the cue, the drop of the head. He certainly had the maximum on his mind, Kyren Wilson.
Yeah, and the fact he played that shot tells us that red didn't go.
Desperately searching for a way to get back to the black. It may not be available, so doing the correct thing here. The frame is most important. Make sure of the frame.
57.
And then there is still a little incentive for Kyren Wilson to navigate his way from the blue back to the reds and then keep himself on the high value colours. The current high break in this event held by Mark Williams, 140. £5,000 for the highest break.
62. $63. 70. $71.
Taking these well though, Kyren. And again, just emphasises importance of getting the first chance.
He made a point as well in his interview, Kyren Wilson, that the added bonus for 100 centuries this season is very much in the forefront of his mind. £100,000 to the player that can compile 100 century breaks in a single campaign. That would be a feat that Kyren Wilson has never achieved in his career. A feat that not many players ever have either.
83. 84.
Needs to keep himself on the black now. Try and set the biggest target possible with the remaining balls on the table for the high break.
91.
In 2020 and 21 season, he'd 74 centuries, which is still a ridiculous amount, to be fair. But I think if it is going to be done, the player would also have to be in the Championship League and have a deep run in plenty of the groups.
99.
Here's another ton. Just puts this red.
Yeah, brilliant from Kyren Wilson. This was a chance he just had to take. Judd Trump's missed red at the beginning of this frame has been heavily punished by the world champion. Kyren Wilson racking up his 462nd ton of his career. Made 69 centuries last campaign. Very early days in this one, of course, but this a great response.
108.
Possible 1-4-2 on. No one will be sat as uncomfortable on planet Earth than Mark Williams at the moment. Currently holds the high break with 140, £5,000 slowly diminishing from his pocket.
$117.
It always felt like a low target, didn't it, 140, but you don't always fancy it being beaten in the final with what's at stake, but this a contribution that defines Kyren Wilson, the world champion, showing that man just what he's capable of.
124. $129.
Yeah, the match went to a little bit of a lull, but this has certainly reignited it.
Yeah, we often look for moments in matches that can spark a final into action, and this could very much be that. This black for a 1-4-2. Oh, goodness me, what has he done there? Kyren Wilson, he's tried to pop the black, not looking. Mark Williams must be doing cartwheels right now. Kyren Wilson has just missed the last black for the highest break and £5,000. Kyren, you have got too much money. So an incredible end to that frame. Kyren Wilson deciding, for whatever reason, to pot the black with his eyes closed. Fergal, what do you make of that one? He can't possibly know the high break was 140, surely.
Yeah, mustn't have known, because he's literally just throwing away £5,000. But as you said, Mark Williams at home, he was watching. You could probably hear him laughing.
5-7.
What a result for him.
Judd Trump to break.
You can bet your bottom dollar that Judd Trump will know what the high break is, and, well, we may be looking back at that moment come the end of today. Of course, today's not about making the high break, obviously. It's about winning the trophy and the title, but 5,000 quid is a nice little one to receive as well.
He already has a missed call from his wife, Sophie.
Currently just removing clothes from her online shopping that she had in a basket ready to spend.
Judd just mindful of playing that red and balk. Really like to leave the white. It's sort of been noticeable in Judd's game the last few seasons. Just at certain times, just takes those extra couple of seconds when it's needed to try and maximise the shot. When he first came on the tour, Judd, he was a great putter. He's now a great player, very strong in all departments. Very strong mentally as well, which probably doesn't get discussed because we get distracted by his brilliance and cue power and range of shots. We've seen this in a few frames. The start of the frame. Opening gambit. Both players looking to get control. Try and play the first. Telling safety. Generally, whoever's got in first had the first chance. Has won the frame. An anxious look from Judd. You know, from Kyren lining this up, he has left this red for Kyren. Play that with strong right hand side, because if he didn't play the side, he was going into the reds. No guarantee, so it's more or less ensuring position, but it did make the pot harder, trying to judge the side with the pace.
Well, very nicely controlled from Kyren Wilson. Never easy when the object ball is so close to the pocket and the side rail. Judged the top spin perfectly. Wouldn't class this as a good chance just yet. Black is out of commission, of course. Although the pink spot may be occupied at the minute, which would help Kyren somewhat. If he could pot the pink, get the pink on the black spot.
7, 6. Seven.
So that century break from Kyren Wilson in the last may have just inspired him a fraction.
13. Bit
of a noise just on Kyren's backswing there. Didn't affect his concentration. The feeling he's just starting to find the zone. Got that little glare of intensity in his eyes.
20.
Obviously feeling good about his game. maybe senses this a chance to do some damage on this match. Well, took a chance to try and top the cue ball through the pack of reds. He is on this pink, a lot thinner than he would have liked. Very difficult to judge that shot. Your main concern is get the cue ball out of the pack. And he's overcut the pink. Well, just the pace kept it in. It was top jaw. Any harder, that may have stayed out.
27.
These pockets have definitely played more generous this week. The slide off the cushion has been evident. But this now a good chance for Kyren Wilson.
28. Yellow ball. Thirty. 31.
Could play into the pack of reds here. He's got one loose red at the back that you would fancy him being on. This time does get a good split. Perfect.
37.
And also the fact pink's still not available on its own spot, its advantage. Could have just been disturbed.
Yeah.
There was a shot I seen on World Snooker socials during the week, or at the start of the week, and let's just say he made a mess of it when he was using the spider. It was a very good shot because pink not available to the left corner, just digging down. A little bit of unwanted side there would have had the effect of a swerve. So very well played.
Yeah, that moment you're talking about was against Ricky Walden, wasn't it? And if you haven't seen it, head over to the WST socials because it was quite funny, actually. Kyren was
44.
doing a balancing act over all the balls, and as he came back to play the shot, the spider must have moved or something. Go and check it out. It was so funny. But Kyren now, no funny business with this one. This is all serious business. He senses that he may just have
45.
a foothold in this match currently. Trying to do as much damage in this mini session as he can. Got a great chance to extend his lead again. Or should I say go back into the lead.
49. Played
that very well. Bottom left-hand side, just to come off the cushion, get high on the blue. Certainly playing with great authority, real positive, very decisive.
$56.
Again, that pink just drifted dangerously close to that top jaw.
62.
The pocket accepted it. You just think that this final could be won from a spell of frames from one player. Both players more than capable of reeling off 2, 3, 4 frames with big breaks. That could break the back of this match.
68. 69.
Judd Trump, even when he's not at the table, making sure he keeps himself well and truly in the zone himself.
75.
Staying focused so that when his chance does come, he may can take it, but didn't get a chance to do any damage on that frame. A good visit from Kyren Wilson to back up the previous 1-3-2. He's got his nose in front again in this final. It's 4-3. So Kyren Wilson with an advantage in this final of the Xi'an Grand Prix, the first ever World Snooker ranking event in this region, steeped in history, and today will crown the first ever champion of this event. Kyren has done very much all the scoring so far this morning, breaks of 54, 58, 75, and that strange break of 135. And I say strange because he decided to pot the final black, not looking at the shot.
Kyren Wilson to break.
potentially costing him the high break of £5,000, which is currently held by Mark Williams. But anyway, won't be bothered by that. Obviously, there's a bigger picture at play here. Kyren Wilson breaking off. Chance to do some damage in this final Fergal, and you feel that this little run of frames he's reeled off here, Judd Trump needs to respond now.
Yeah, doesn't want Kyren to win both of these, as we talked about earlier. A 6-3 lead for either player could prove crucial. Just after the interval, there seemed to be a drop out of intensity, a little bit of a lull on the match, the position of the balls, but Kyren's 2 breaks in the last 2 just raised the standard. And Judd will know he'll have to respond if and when he gets his chance. I would have to say that over the match so far, Kyren has been slightly the better player. They've both been in so many finals to be well aware of the potential change in momentum, change in dynamics of a match and different stages. That's a good safety there from Judd, pacing off that line.
Yeah, he's got Kyren in a lot of trouble here, cutting off the majority of the reds. Looks to be eyeing up this red to left corner, trying to screw back to Bork. Oh, stop it. Stop it, Kyren Wilson. That is unbelievable. What a shot. How well has he hit that?
Yeah, fantastic strike. Not just the accuracy. As you can see, it flies into the pocket. But the whole strike and the wide delivery of the cue. If anything, too well, positional-wise. It's a great pot as well. The ready pot. Obviously, it was a fantastic shot, but there was an element of safety, as you've seen, he screwed back. But there was more pressure on that brown. It was a difficult pot, and he knew how to get it. One good pot here. He's got another chance. Yeah, for the first time in a couple of frames, he's missed a crucial ball. Be a bit disappointed. Nice chance he could have had. Has now fallen to Judd. An important visit for Judd.
1.
Yeah, and it was that moment Kyren stood behind that last red. He's knocked in an unbelievable initial red, a great brown to middle, but that red, if he knocks that in, that was the one that was going to really get him into perfect position. Proved to be a shot too much this time.
Six. 7.
Top side of the blue was crucial there. In perfect position, and now the black spot fully accessible. But he won't be best pleased with that shot. He's got to go back up for
Sure.
blue again.
Thirteen. Eighteen.
As we've already mentioned, Judd Trump hasn't really been tested at all throughout this event. There'll come a time in this match where he has to step up and find another gear. That's inevitable. Kyren Wilson, far
19.
too good. And Judd is going to have to stay with him. These two have been the star players of this week. Both thoroughly deserve to be in the final.
$26.
We so often see Judd Trump as well, when he gets into this
27.
rhythm, he just reels off century after century after century. It becomes very relentless. He's only made one this whole week, or in fact for this whole event, and it was the one he made in this final earlier against Kyren, 114. He has scored okay this week at a lot of 50, 60, 70 breaks, a couple of 90s, but
34.
to be in the final having only made one century, if anything, tells you where Judd Trump's game is at now. He's able to win anyway.
Yeah, earlier on in his career, he felt he had to be at his very best to win the tournament. Such were the deficiencies in his game, mainly the tactical side, but that's not the case at all.
42.
The encouraging thing is he seems to take pride and enjoy the challenge of when he's not at his best,
43.
managing his game, but also his emotions. Just wants to win every tournament he can. It was a great statement he made in his interview before the semi-final. Talking
50.
about wanting to win every tournament. He said you only get one career. He wants to maximize every bit of it. He's only 36. Plenty of time left. You rest at the end, not at the beginning.
51.
Yeah, and I think that shows a lot of maturity about Judd Trump. You know, anyone that's followed snooker for a number of years, you know, in his younger years, he was, you know, referred to as the party boy of the tour. You know, like flying around the world and enjoying life as a snooker player. He still does that
56.
now. You know, he still treats himself, and rightly so. But it's very much more a professional approach from Judd Trump. I think he's realised his potential.
57.
Just almost had that conversation with himself that, you know, you have on moments throughout your career. Just ask yourself, right, what do I want to do in this game? Do I just want to be a journeyman, nick the odd tournament here and there, just be happy enough? Or do I want to dominate? Do I want to try and rewrite the history books, the record books? This boy could certainly do just that.
62. $63.
Yeah, and it's not just what do you want. It's what are you prepared to do. We said it was an important visit
68.
for for Judd. He's responded. Again, let's make it a
69.
4-all. One more frame before the interval. Obviously have a preference for winning it, but I don't think in the grand scheme of things that'll make the big difference. They're nicely tied coming out this evening.
76.
So the break of 76 from Judd Trump is enough to
Judd
take
Trump,
this frame and
76.
level things up
Under
at
frame.
4 apiece. So one frame shootout to see who's going to have a mini lead going into tonight's session. We're all square. One more frame to come. 4 all.
Frame 9. Judd Trump to break.
So Judd Trump breaking off in this, the final frame of this session in the Xi'an Grand Prix final. We're still no closer to discovering who may become the first ever champion of this event. It's been nip and tuck all morning. Both players battling very hard to keep their hopes alive. And this sets us up quite wonderfully for the final session later on. Who is going to have their nose in front? The difference between runner-up and winner here, of course, the winner gets the trophy, the title, the history. £101,000 difference between runner-up and champion. Even for these guys, that is an awful lot of money. Well, an early mistake from Judd Trump. Couldn't quite navigate the object ball in and out of baulk with the safety shot. Catching the yellow, never guaranteed to know where it's going to finish. Kyren has this on to left middle. Can he control his cue ball? The answer is no.
4. Judd
And
Trump.
look where the red's
4.
gone to rest as well. Disaster. Never sure where that was going to finish. Cue ball always heading down this end. Always looked like it was going to catch something. Relying on a bit of luck, and he had none. Judd Trump straight away taking the chance to go into the reds, and again never guaranteed where that's going to finish, relying a little bit on luck. And look at the reds, but he's on nothing.
red to right corner is causing him an issue. Without that, you could roll up to yellow or black. But he's got to play that and cover that red. You can hear him thinking. Possible you could play off the black, try and have the white, the black, and that red in the line, get cover with the black. Black just come off the cushion, a little piece would cover it. Again, might have an attempt or two at hitting maybe the brown, but bearing in mind the fact he's ball on black and yellow, the 3 miss rule would come into play. There might be merit in having one go to try and come off a couple of cushions, lie close to the brown. But as I said, he can only have 2 goes at it.
The bottom line is that Judd
Brown
Trump
ball.
has put himself in a real pickle here. And that is well short of pace.
4 miss. Kyren 4. Back. Yeah. Sorry. Brown ball.
So second attempt at the brown, and this now will be the last attempt at this shot. Has to get this one right, and he hasn't, so this will be getting replaced.
4
And
miss.
referee Zhang Tao will warn Judd Trump he has to make
4.
contact with another colour because he can see the black and yellow full in the face.
Yeah, now I think he's just lie off the black. Just try and cover with it.
It's depends to 4. If it like he goes
Just getting the warning.
black ball.
Why didn't he play that the first time? No, well played. Yeah, and that top of the table from Kyren confirms that. A little bit of an awkward situation. But good patience and discipline from Judd there. You can see that red to right corner he's looking at, but looks like in potting it, probably going to collide with one of the reds. Because he was afraid of that in the back of his mind, that's why he ended up missing it on the thick side, which meant the red wasn't going to, or the white wasn't going to go towards the center of the table. He was in trouble, though. So with that missed long red, Kyren's got a good chance. Obviously black out of commission, but more than enough reds open to be winning the frame from blue and pink.
If it was being ultra critical of Judd Trump so far this week, that has been a bit of a theme of his, a shot that we so often see him knock in with ease. They have just been going slightly astray, those long ones. You pretty much see Judd Trump stood behind that type of shot. You basically chalk it up as in already. He has missed a number of them this week. His long game hasn't been there at all.
Four. Five. Four.
Well, an early error in that contribution from Kyren Wilson. You could hear the groans from the crowd. It's got very tense out there. Both players recognise this as a big frame to win going into this evening.
One.
Actually just had a message from Kyren's wife on Twitter saying that she's sat by the pool and she's going to head to the deep end after seeing him miss that black off the spot. And my goodness me, what a miss that is from Judd Trump. So a number of errors have started to creep into this match all of a sudden. Bit of tension, bit of nerve. Both players realise the importance of this frame. That miss from Judd Trump, possibly the worst of his week.
Yeah, and the fact it's following on from a bad miss from Kyren just add to a sense of frustration. Sometimes the last frame of the first session can be a drop in standard. You're not careful, you nearly feel like you're just playing it to get it out of the way and let's get this done so we can come back this evening. But
One.
this frame, every bit as important as every other frame, counts the same.
Kyren just steadying himself here, taking a moment. Wouldn't just be the fact that if he can win this frame, he's got a lead going into tonight. It'll be the fact that Judd Trump has to spend the next few hours thinking about that miss. Thinking about what may have been. Of course, as Fergal's already alluded to, the fact that this match is going to be 5-4 either way, it's not the end of the world for either player. Still both very much in it, but in a big final like this, you're looking for any crumb of weakness from your opponent, and Kyren Wilson has just seen that from Judd Trump. Can he capitalise?
Eleven. 2 out.
Still a good bit more work for Kyren to do. Again, the more points you can get, the bigger the lead. I think there's a red left side cushion and the red beside the yellow, pink and black. You can put a few more reds, colours ideally blue. A 40-point lead. The situation at the table has been absolutely massive.
17. You
can see the disappointment there. Had to totally commit to potting the red. Couldn't get preoccupied with where the white was going, but would have felt sure he'd have some sort of a shot on one of those colours. 24 head, referee's called touching ball, so he can play off the blue or just put the white where he likes. You just have to think to find out where he'd like it.
Become a very scrappy,
Blue.
awkward table. Very often you see three of the colours attached to a red near the side cushions. Kyren having to play the patient game now.
18.
So Kyren just looking to push this red beyond the yellow. Try and get touching ball to the yellow. Put more emphasis on pushing the red safe.
Judd took that opportunity not just to try and bring a red into play, but also brought the pink into play, but again, Kyren seems to be eyeing up this red. Again, 24 ahead. Doesn't have to go for it. He pots it, could well be a frame winner, but he misses. You fully expect to leave Judd a chance.
He potted one very similar to this earlier on in the match from the balk end. Can he find another?
I think it's the wrong shot. 24 ahead. It's a difficult pot at the best of time. And he's been fortunate, really. Didn't leave Judd maybe something a little bit better.
One.
Might have felt it was obviously worth the risk, that considering the state of the table. Judd's not going to win it in one visit, so at worst case scenario would have rather two left their level, but the situation, the balls were very much to his advantage with a 24-point lead.
Yeah, but more crucially, what it has done is he's lost control, Kyren Wilson. Regardless of how many Judd Trump makes from this visit,
6.
he will have control of the table. Would have liked a better outcome from that shot, though. Took the chance to play into the reds. It's not landed perfect.
Seven.
Yeah, that's okay. Had a big area to play into there, Judd Trump.
2.
Again, just try and work off these couple of reds. Try and just chip away at the scoreboard. It's scary to think just whoever wins today, how much confidence they could continue on into next week. The event in Saudi Arabia carrying a top prize of £500,000. Fergal already alluded to the fact this week you'd have to win 3 of these tournaments
18.
to basically win what you could win next week. One of these guys, it wouldn't be a surprise to see them go far. All of a sudden, Kyren's wife may be swimming back to the shallow end.
Judd Trump. 18.
Yeah, Judd smiling, fully expect him to pot the red so close to the pocket, but trying to get that other red developed. Again, we've had one scrappy frame, we'd say, of the 8 so far, but this could get more drawn out again.
One.
See there what a great putt it was. That left-hand side, just checking it back over to the blue. Yeah, hit it so well, the blue was straight. Had a lovely angle on the pink, and he's played that beautifully.
7.
I just saw Judd Trump try and force a red in that was closer to the pocket. Kyren Wilson will be mindful of this one. Needs a little bit of care and attention. He's got to pot this red and get his cue ball out for a colour. Brown is the obvious choice. And the same result.
Conversion 7.
Yeah, we couldn't see, but I'd say there was some reaction from Kyren. Even Judd smiling, which is rare to see in the heat of battle. Again, both players obviously keen to win this frame. Keen to get it over as well. Just dragging on a piece. But every bit as important as the first frame or the last frame.
1.
And whoever wins it, it puts them halfway there to lifting this title.
It's the challenge in a long final over a couple of sessions, treating every frame the same, not making one more important than the other, but also keeping your intensity for every frame. You can't be dismissive of this frame, but then come out tonight
1.
and give it too much importance and trying too hard. But certainly a good bit of play left in this frame. Really has the feel of last frame of the match, let alone of the session. See there, Kyren 12 ahead.
But this is probably their mindset coming into this, you know, 9 frames, try and win the match. This little mini match, you know, whoever wins this frame effectively has won this little best of 9. Again, just another psychological advantage taken into the evening session. Of course, it may not make a difference. We're yet to find out. But a lead in any final is one that's most welcomed. See that cue ball always heading for the brown. Would have loved to have drifted past it. Didn't control the red well enough either. This type of shot Judd has struggled with this week, but not this time. Great pot.
1.
Cue ball just about held up for the green. He may can just get into this white enough and control it for the red. A few moments ago, Judd took the decision to promote that safe green. Now, clearly, the problem is going to be yellow to green.
4.
Well, the crowd providing a little ripple of applause there, but that wasn't the cannon that Judd intended.
5.
Trying to come across the face of the black there, promote the yellow. Just looked like he didn't quite have the angle to try and force that cue ball over. Had to play with a lot of pace to send it across the face of the black. Now trying to get the cue ball somewhere in behind the green. He's controlled the black very well as well.
Trump.
Good
5.
shot from Judd Trump. Limits what Kyren can do with this shot.
Yeah, where the black has gone with the yellow, you can only see a little bit. The right hand side as we see, but if he hits that, that's going to be stopped by the black.
And if he catches it wrong as well, he could push the yellow over the left corner pocket.
It's the kind of instance where it's better that he's not, for Judd, that he's not snookered. More likely to maybe get a chance.
Doesn't want this cue ball to drift. He may be in very big trouble the next time he comes to the table, Kyren Wilson.
Yeah, he seemed to spin away as he got to his chair, which is not a good sign. Got glued here. Well, that's a bad mistake. Yeah, can't believe his luck there. Unless maybe just thought about having it absolutely glued, looking for the absolute perfect, but his bad shot should have been resulted in the snooker. And looks like he's rightly punished by Kyren.
Yeah, it really was a poor shot from Judd Trump. I'm not going to say it was careless, but it was very poorly executed. Of course, he cares about every shot he plays out there. It's a major final. He wants to win, but just didn't play that one well at all. And now, rightly so, finds himself in trouble. Kyren Wilson playing the snooker. Judd has to hit this yellow. He has to get it safe.
Fall, I missed. Carson, 4. Free ball.
There you see the frame time just ticking over 30 minutes. Longest frame of the match so far.
Back.
But no less important. The line is clearly important here. The pace as well. Depending on the contact Judd gets to this yellow, may set up another trap for Kyren to lay. There you see, yes, he's hit the yellow, but he's going to be in a lot of trouble again. Kyren Wilson, I doubt, will make the mistake Judd did. He'll be glued behind this black.
Settled for that. Got the first part of it right. Made contact with the yellow. Also green out of play as well. Cameraman can move over touch. Yeah, I think he's enough to pot it. But from what we've seen, it looked like he'd enough to pot it, but the way Judd played it would tell you that he didn't. That's why he tried to swerve around, catch a little bit more of it. Again, could be in for a good bit more safety play here, because a little mini game on the yellow. Maybe another little mini game on the green.
Yeah, very good shot, Kyren Wilson. Another demonstration of his control. Not just the cue ball, but the yellow as well. The pace was perfect. Good hit from Judd. Got distance between cue ball and object ball. Oh, usually the double kiss is most unwelcome, but that's not too bad. Could have finished anywhere, that.
Judd left this yellow on for a pot.
Just looking at his options here, Kyren, very difficult to get on this green. He can pop the yellow, potentially send the cue ball round the table back into baulk to then lay the snooker on the green, or isn't forced to take this yellow on. And that's why he chose against it.
Yeah, probably could have played it a little bit better.
He just tried to play a little holding shot, send the cue ball into the green, just try and promote that a fraction. Misjudged it slightly. Had he got the snooker, the green may have been in play. This time does nestle into the green. And now it puts a lot of emphasis on getting this yellow safe every time now. Don't think Kyren can see enough of this to pot.
I'd like to be able to play this white up and down, yellow across. He felt that was risky, but he's played a nice shot there. You can see there, he can pot it. It's a difficult one. But it's to his advantage. If you just cue it in, put the white ball up around about the jaws of the green pocket. Even if he's not nice on the green, be nice enough to lay a snooker. Just lots of tension, just potting it.
So cushion first for Kyren. Again, looking to separate cue ball and object ball. He's played the thin snip and he's played it nicely. And a little half ball flick on the blue to the right was very handy. You can just sense the crowd are very engrossed in this little exchange. Two players renowned for scoring and getting into a good rhythm. This frame by far the longest of the match. The last frame before the break. So the attempt from Kyren went astray, never got near the pot. Judd can pot this yellow past the green. Can he leave himself a nice angle on the green to try and disturb the brown?
2.
It looks a natural. You can just stun this off the cushion, touch of left-hand side. If he can control this cannon, this could be the best shot he's played all day. It's close. Does it cut? Does it clip into the middle pocket, or has he just pushed it too far? Oh, brilliant shot, brilliant shot. Having to play with right-hand side as well.
9.
Never easy then. Horrible shot, but he's played it nicely. But that one, not so much. Another very thin cutback, but this time
9.
he doesn't get it. So big let off for Kyren Wilson.
Yeah, it was a difficult shot for Judd there. Didn't help the fact he knew if he missed it, he was sticking the game up.
So this pink for a one-frame lead going into tonight. And it's there. A big sigh of relief from Kyren Wilson as he shakes the hand of the world #1. Kyren Wilson has taken a one-frame advantage going into this evening's session. Remember, first to 10 frames for the title here in Xi'an. £177,000 on the line, but there you can see Kyren Wilson, the world champion, with a 5-frame-to-4 lead over Judd Trump. What a session of snooker. It was stopped.
Similar to most of the frames earlier on. Both players looking for control, trying to take the initiative. It's opening gambit in each frame, and it has proved important. Generally, whoever got in first good chance, won the frame. Little sign there, Judd's not absolutely top of his game. We'd expect him to pot that, but also the fact he played the deep screw to try and bring in an element of safety. A very confident Judd Trump would have kept the white closer to the possibly blue. Didn't get into the white the way he would have wanted there. I'm not sure if the red closest to the left middle is cuttable. Looks very thin. But the fact that Kyren didn't have the white tighten the cushion, Judd was able to get to the bottom of the white and screw it back. Beautifully struck shot.
There's not many places on a snooker table that Judd Trump can't pot from. This is one of them.
Ground ball. Judd Trump, 1.
Good to see a trademark long red from Judd Trump. Finally, he's missed a number of long balls in this match and this tournament. He's not been quite as devastating from range as we so often see. Struck that one nicely, though. And he's got control of the table for the time being.
Looks a nice target there behind the brown. Played it beautifully. Little tap on the table from Kyren. That little shot could prove very rewarding. Difficult to hit a red. Nearly impossible to hit a red and not leave another red on.
I think Kyren realised his fate from the shot previous that he played. Couldn't do anything with it. Just tried to almost buy himself a shot. Hope that he wouldn't be in this position, because from where he left the cue ball, it almost looked a certainty that Judd would find coverage behind the brown. And these reds have become quite nicely spread early on in this frame. Kyren needs to be careful here.
Final miss, Judd Trump, 4.
Got very close to flicking off the underside of one of them reds towards the right of the table. That may have been enough to get safe down this end of the table.
And that's exactly what he played. That was a great attempt. He just needs a little glance. It's best he can hope for. That's an excellent shot. And even if Judd somehow pots a red, well, good luck to him. Couldn't have done any more on that.
Yeah, that was a brilliant shot from Kyren Wilson. Quite often we see thunderous long balls as the shots of the tournament, but quite often those little shots can go unnoticed. If Kyren doesn't get that safe, he's in big trouble, and he left nothing for Judd Trump. An excellent shot from Kyren Wilson.
Yeah, that kind of shot, it's as much about attitude than anything else. Couldn't have been too critical if he just bent down, hit it hard over a couple of cushions, and thought he might get away with it. Get the patience and the discipline just to wait to find not just a shot, but the shot. They're good signs. Signs of a champion, to be honest.
One.
Kyren's previous safety just pushed that red closer to the left corner. Judd
Five.
dispatched nicely. This is the first good chance of tonight's final session.
6.
Another
9.
feature of today's play has been, at certain times, Judd's willingness just to take those extra couple of seconds. See, like at the start of the break, he's planning it out. Feels he gets the first key shot right. Once he's done that, has the balls the way he wants, then he reverts back to his usual fluent, heavy scoring.
Seventeen.
Made a good attempt there to free the black up. Again, you feel you can just pot this, come around the back of the black, and the black at the same pocket. Becomes a great chance.
It was a tentative one. Little jabby one for Judd there. Didn't quite get through it as he would have liked.
18.
That was the shot that was going to set him off in this break.
Almost the kind of shot, it's only after you play it, you kind of realise, actually didn't have to be that precise. He had a little bit more margin for error. Because even if that white continues on, even if he ends up high on the black, he's still okay. Again, he was just that one shot away from making it a great chance. Looks like he'll have to take his medicine, try and play a good safety shot.
Blue. Judd Trump. 18.
It always looked very difficult to predict the winner of this match coming into it. You have to say Kyren probably has played the better snooker of the two this week, but Judd Trump's run in events and dominance in snooker in recent times, he probably made him slight favourite. But as I say, so tough to predict a winner. Always felt like it could go close. Their most famous meeting, I suppose, the first time they ever met in a major final, was on Chinese soil, of course, back in 2015, the Shanghai Masters. That went the distance, 10-9 Kyren. Kyren was in front pretty much all the way through that match. Judd Trump was just clinging on to him. Could we see this one go the distance tonight? So the long red from Kyren not finding its intended destination. Good chance now for Judd Trump. Already in front in this first frame. Real opportunity now to seal the deal and level things up once again.
Four. Five. Eight. Nine.
Previous red was nicely played with a top right hand side, just
16.
around the angles. Again, 39 ahead, still a bit more work to do. But if he was to somehow miss, there's plenty of insurance with those reds on the side cushion.
17.
With the red in open play, and probably the red closest to the right corner, had the best chance to get the two more he would need to make sure Kyren would require snookers.
22. $23.
And you felt in the context of the match, this frame was more important for Judd. Still early in the proceedings, but didn't want to be 2 frames behind.
Well played the cannon into the red and pink. And wasn't all that close to it. So now Judd Trump, this red from further away than he would have liked.
$31.
Played it well. Nicely controlled cannon to the black, which of course puts him 61 ahead with just 59 remaining.
38. 39. Judd 39.
Kyren had a quick look at the scoreboard. Again, first frame of the evening. Probably meriting hitting a few balls. Even if he doesn't win the frame, just a little bit more table time. Just settling down. Probably made the decision to come back on the basis that if he did get a snooker in the last red with a free ball on the black, he could then win. That equivalent of 12 points difference can often make the decision. And if you can get a nice little cannon on the red and leave it close to the pink, so then ideally he could stun the red around, guaranteed a snooker. Doesn't want to stick on this red either.
Well, in playing that shot, you can't get
16.
too much distance between cue ball and object ball. Judd will be nailed behind the pink.
Kyren 16.
Couldn't do too much with that.
Foul. Kyren 4.
Yeah, the way Judd got down quickly to play it, I thought it was fairly easy, but it was only when you seen it from the side angle, you see how he had the butt of the cue up in the air, that was tricky. Chance here for Kyren, though. What we talked about, getting behind the black and potential for a free ball. And that's an absolute gem. Difficult to hit.
Very good shot Kyren Wilson has just played there. To cut off the right balk side cushion as well was important. There's a lot of traffic in the balk. The yellow is a problem ball.
If he plays at a pace and misses, he'd leave a free ball. If he plays it slowly and misses, he's going to walk into another good snooker. It's difficult to hit, which I actually feel he's going to have to hit it.
He's going 2 cushions round the back of the yellow. He's got to be so accurate. Yeah, brilliant shot, Judd Trump. Fantastic. That was not easy to hit. But the trauma for him may not be over just yet. Kyren Wilson can send this red past the brown. Control the object ball. Get the cue ball welded in behind one of these balk colours. Be in big trouble again. Yeah, another good shot. Another shot that is not easy to hit.
Foul. Kyren 4.
Always hard to judge coming up one cushion. All of a sudden, Kyren's got the bit between his teeth. Only needs one snooker.
Didn't quite find the line there to get that cue ball in behind the yellow. the biggest target on the table. Now can Judd snip this in?
The fact that the red is so close to the pocket, can play for the black and look for snooker from the yellow, which is nicely placed. Yeah, you can see Kyren mouthing wow to himself. That would have looked good. It's a reprieve for Judd. He's the chance to get the snooker. Kyren's just come down to see, is it possible? Play 2 cushions. He's not just thinking about hitting it. Can he get right in behind? If he got this perfect, he could actually get a snooker himself.
Oh, brilliant shot, Kyren Wilson. He knew exactly what he was intending to do there. Had to judge the swerve off the side cushion. Brilliant. There was always that chance when the object ball came away from the cushion, just enough room for the cue ball in behind, that shot was on. Still had to execute it.
Yeah, trying to catch it half ball. Little bit unfortunate, you'd have to say, with the shot he played, that Judd didn't leave him a chance in getting a snooker. Judd, Trump won't mind. That puts the frame to bed. To work a little bit harder for it in the end. The result is still the same.
Ball. Judge Trump 1 and the frame.
Yeah, Judd Trump making sure Kyren Wilson doesn't come out of his chair. He's level the match. It's 5-all.
请抓紧时间入座。快点吧，坐下吧。
Some people coming in a bit late, just settling down.
Judge Trump to break.
Not for the first time in this match, Judd has left that red to left corner. like most pros, it's a shot Kyren's very good at.
So this long red is available for Kyren Wilson. Cue ball close to the baulk cushion. Just came round to have a little glance at the black. Does he try and pot this, fully commit, drop it in and hold, or top it through back up for baulk or blue? He's fully committed. Shake of the head in disappointment. I think a phone just went off on his backswing as well, which was far from ideal. Anyway. Chance in amongst them for Judd Trump. Of all the meetings they've had down the years, Kyren and Judd, they've only ever played 2 matches of best of 19 or greater.
9.
The Shanghai Masters final back in 2015. Quarterfinals of the 2020 World Championships. Both of those matches Kyren won. So on that knowledge,
16.
he does seem to have the better of the two over the distance in the longer matches.
17.
Such a hard match player. Has to be.
Two. 23.
Putting the last red.
28.
Didn't put too much emphasis on the cue ball. He would probably have some shot in the blue. From playing it, obviously, brought him further up the table, so the pot's not really a problem. Can he control the white and get position?
$29.
Wasn't guaranteed at all to be on a colour. Just fully committed to the pot. Just relying on a little bit of luck. Which don't think he's had, of course, potential for this blue, but long, difficult pot to try and play for red. So that's you just trying to find a different option, safer and probably smarter option. Where he's gone to the table there is looking for a spot on the ball cushion, basically in the line between the brown and then that red.
Yellow ball.
The yellow obviously provides it.
Judd, 29.
Both frames, Judd's been in with the best chance. But both frames hasn't made most of it. Would have liked that white closer to the side cushion. Would have restricted Judd's options. Obviously, clearly get at the bottom of the white if he wants. Get any part of the white, whereas tighten the side cushion. Obviously, just can only play at the top.
Ball.
And the fact he was able to get at the bottom, he elected to play the screw shot. But he ended up screwing back and off.
Didn't know where to look there. The red, the white, the red again. There was all sorts happening, but the bottom line is he's gone in off and... Well, can Kyren get through to this red? That is very, very tight. Yeah, brilliant shot from Kyren Wilson. Nothing wrong with his eyes.
Or was queuing.
Yeah,
and I'm not surprised Kyren's just gone to take a minute there. There's been a number of times throughout this whole match that just as he's bringing the cue back, there's been a bit of noise, whether it be a phone or someone coughing. Just need to try and contain themselves while the player's on the shot. When the arena is so quiet, you can hear a pin drop. The littlest of things can just affect your concentration. Kyren doing the professional thing there, stepping away, resetting, going again.
9.
It's obviously more distracting if you feel that little bit of disturbance in the crowd is only happening when you're at the table. Judging by Kyren's reaction, that wasn't the first time that had happened.
$16. 17. $24.
Pretty much a guaranteed 3 reds, 3 blacks
25.
here before Kyren needs to consider how best to attack the left side of the table. We'll need 2 of those reds. Just having a little glance at that now.
32.
All this going through his head as he's playing, planning his route.
33. $40. 41.
Well, he's just come up a little lower than he would have liked. Just needs to nip into this cue ball now, try and kill the pace of the white, hold for the red. And that's about as best he could have done from that position.
48.
So one good pot, nicely on the black, to get back over for those reds.
Conversion.
Well, it made the difference being a little further away than he would have liked. The previous shot from red to black wanted to be slightly straighter on the black to allow himself to get closer to that red. Still 23-point lead in this frame. The yellow is an insurance ball for Kyren, but that again, another very well controlled shot from Judd Trump.
For Miss Judd Trump 4. It's okay.
Yeah, it's very important exactly what the white is. That's what just going to put up on the screen. Let's fill that circle there.
Well, he's made contact with the red, Kyren Wilson, but the cue ball has just drifted past, which means Judd can pop this red to left corner.
One.
And he's had a pretty favourable flick on the pink. And he just had a little look at the red to middle. I think it may be too thin to try and promote the other red from the cushion from this shot. He's tried it. Good attempt.
7.
Well, he does have a similar shot to left corner that he's just knocked in. Seemed to take a minute to go and stand behind it and have a look at it. Blue is slightly a problem ball where Judd needs to get his body comfortable for that shot. Possibly the double.
Judd Trump 7.
So as a couple of frames have already gone in this match, it's coming down to the wire. Again, another long red from Judd Trump goes astray. Far from straightforward cueing. His bridge hand was a little bit awkward by that blue.
请把手机关机。
There you see a nice shot from Judd again, nailing Kyren. No access to either red here, so it's going to be off the cushion. These moments in this match are so key, so important. You feel like this match is going to go all the way, which makes these close frames all the more important. So can Judd pot this red, leave himself an angle on a colour to try and promote the red and yellow? There's a possibility he could bring them both into play with one shot.
One.
So it looks as if he's going to attack them from the green, the angle of which the cue ball is coming at them from a diagonal. Increases the likelihood of getting close, but wasn't able to. Oh no, where's this green going?
Four.
In the worst place for Judd Trump.
Judd Trump, 4.
Just made a difference. Instead of Judd being able to push the red down the table, play the first good safety, it's Kyren's chance. Could even snooker Judd. It's also taken the yellow off the cushion and brought it into play, so this red ball is effectively frame ball.
Well, Kyren desperately hoping for one of those colours to be in the way of this red. Nothing has saved him. So, barring a mistake from his opponent, he's presented the chance for Judd to win this frame now. One good pot here, you feel. And he's missed it again. Wow. So often today, Judd Trump has just not been at the races from distance.
Yeah, and it wasn't particularly difficult. Didn't have to do a lot with the cue ball. And it was interesting to see there as he brought the cue back how much it bent underneath him. But anyway, it's Kyren with a chance. I feel he just has to pot it, go down the table, be on some colour. Yeah, the little acknowledgement of the hand means he's covered Judd. He'd be disappointed. He knew if he potted that, massive favourite to win the frame. The fact it's come off the cushion, harder to nestle into it. Had a look at the swerve.
Well, he was relying on that red, travelling towards a side cushion, Judd Trump. It always looked to cushion escape that red could go close to either corner or middle pocket. It was all about pace. And he's misjudged it.
1.
So Kyren Wilson already with a lead in this frame. Chance again to go back in front. Judd Trump left to ponder over where his long game has disappeared to.
Yeah, losing frames like this when you put so much
6.
time and effort in, they hurt.
Eight. $11.
We've had 11 frames, 3 of them being scrappy. Looks like Kyren's going to win 2 of those 3. Said at the start, whoever wins the majority of the scrappy frames, I think will win the match. They're going to get periods and spells where they play very well and win frames in one visit, which the frames
20.
up for grabs are going to decide it.
$26. Kyren Wilson.
And it's Kyren Wilson that has won that frame. He now leads 6 frames to 5.
请保持安静，谢谢。Firm tell, Kyren to break.
There's never been more than one frame in this final. Kyren will be looking to change that. He's left this red. See Judd gearing himself up for it.
One.
As I mentioned a couple of times this week, that red from the break-off is crucial when you consider the time and effort Kyren put in to win that frame. Even went to the toilet after to compose himself and regroup. And then from his first shot, a shot he's played thousands of times, he's left Judd, by Judd's standards, an easy enough red. And the issue is not that he pot the red. The issue is that he mightn't miss again till it's 6-all.
Yeah, and it was a particularly good opening red because Judd has missed a number from distance, and with every miss from range, your confidence just slightly goes with that type of shot. He'll never turn down a long red. It just made it that little bit more difficult. It was a very nice opener from Judd Trump.
13. $14. $19.
You can pot red,
20.
black, and then remove the red directly above the black. Leave himself an angle on the black to go into the reds. That would be ideal. He'd like to be straight on this red, because he'd be looking for somewhere parallel on the black to then screw into those reds and drag the red out. He can't do that here now. He's going to be pushing the other red out the way.
28.
Now he doesn't have that option to screw in and drag the red out. It's a more difficult pack to go into. So only one
35.
more loose red available for Judd Trump.
$36.
So when he pots this pink, he'll look to try and hold the position of where the pink is currently. That will leave him on the red to right corner. And now he has to get an angle. Well, he has an angle on the red. Does he choose to screw the red in? Get the white into the pack and back out, up for blue or balk? You can see in his eyes, this is what's going through his head, making this decision. He likes this type of shot.
42.
Well, decided to top it through.
43.
Not done all that much damage to the pack. Does the red at the top go?
47. $48. $53.
Didn't have a lot of pace on the white at all. Considering could have been a lot worse than this. It's given him a shot. Played it quick, cued it quick. It was difficult,
Just one. 53.
but not a great strike on it. Might have been a little bit frustrated that he had something better. And good start to the frame, 53 ahead. Obviously, has that red on the left cushion as a bit of insurance. Things could change quickly in this frame, particularly if Kyren pots this.
One.
And straight into the heart of the pocket. And he's nicely on this blue, top side. So Kyren's turn to check the top of the pack. Does that red go?
Six.
Just having a look at those two reds closest together by the pink. Maybe a plant. Don't think the pink is in the way of stopping that. So it's going to be the plant.
Seven.
Well, that cue ball just kept on rolling. It looked a dead cert to pull up before the balk line.
Considering the plant looked
Blue ball.
fairly easy, I thought his priority would have been to keep the white short. This is a difficult blue. Yeah, I think that shot selection is a byproduct of the frustration he felt for leaving himself in that position.
Obviously trying to stay positive, Kyren Wilson didn't want to allow Judd to potentially see any weakness in running away from that opportunity.
One.
Felt obliged to take that blue on and try and keep his hopes alive of a steal in this frame, but surely now with that miss, Kyren's hopes have gone.
He'd be frustrated that with that plant, he didn't leave himself short of the balk line. Could have had a choice of the three. Just an unnecessary risk. Just putting himself under pressure unnecessarily.
Six.
You don't have to win the frame in one visit. He could have guaranteed snooker behind a ball colour. Again, it's a fine line between being brave,
12.
not having the percentages in your favour. Sometimes that
13.
decision can be backed depending on whether you put the ball or not, but it always felt like a risk he didn't have to take.
$20. 21.
Yet again, we're going to have parity in this match. Getting down to best of 7 now. Beautiful shot.
Oh, look at that for a shot.
27.
Yeah, with Judd, we're always keen that
28.
he has the frame one as soon as possible so we can start seeing some of his naughty snookers, he calls it. This could get a bit of a hammering. It's worse he's getting.
Judd Trump.
He won't mind.
28.
Judd Trump levels the match at 6-all.
42吧 Listen. It's 44局 排蛮好的 4 frame. That's okay.
Is the last frame before the mid-session interval.
安静
Both players will be keen to win
Frame
it.
13. Judd Trump to break.
Just get that lead. Of course, we get closer to the end. That little lead has more and more significance.
It begs the question, where is this burst of inspiration going to come from? There's been nothing between these two great champions all day. Is either player able to make a run for the finish line? The storyline in finals, so often we see a spurt of 2, 3, maybe even 4 frames from a player where they just don't really miss. It doesn't seem likely that to happen today. Doesn't mean it can't, and that is a fantastic shot from Kyren Wilson. Talk about inspirational. That was an inspirational pot. Brilliant cueing. Oh, and then follows it up with a miss on the pink. Well, where has that come from? He's hit the first red so sweet, and then misses a routine pink.
Yeah, by far the worst miss of the final so far, and particularly following on from such a great red. Can only be concentration. Just got ahead of himself. Speaking of bad mistakes, the way Judd's
8.
turned away from the table, has he overscrewed it? Can he just turn this round the corner? Actually,
9.
his fears weren't needed. Any hope Kyren had in the chair soon went. Always frustrating when you watch your opponent. You get a little bit of hope. Turns out to be exaggerating it.
16.
So he may have another loose red available after this one, Judd Trump. But he's got the option to play on the pink. Try and push all those reds into play
17.
with power. possibly like to have been a little lower on this pink. He's okay. He's gone through them with pace, but cue ball not where he wants it. Referee Zhang Tao just asking for a moment. Needs to get this pink in a direct line behind its own spot. Judd has reds available to right middle. Taking on board fluids, Judd Trump, we've been told it's incredibly warm out in Xi'an, 40 degrees. We've seen Kyren already with the sandpaper out, the wet rag on his cue, very sticky.
Yeah, you could hear the applause even before it went into the pocket. That's an excellent shot.
$31. $32.
Enough of an angle here to pot this come off. And again, that red bottom of the cluster, you can see there. Same again, keep repeating it all day. If he just gets low on it, potting it, you're guaranteed to disturb the reds. Just kind of control it.
$40.
From the last red, as I said, it looked like he had the option
47.
at the angle to play the red and disturb others. A little bit fortunate to have left this plant. Plant's not absolutely set. Needs to be made. Had to be made. That's why I put an element of safety in it. Went up the table. Just having a look to see does any of those reds go. Failing that, try and go into them.
$53.
Judging by the fact he's just chalking his cue, you can see it is on. So close that red, maybe even touching ball. It didn't have an impact.
54.
And that real bad miss from Kyren has turned out to be very costly. We'll expect Judd to win this frame, regain the lead. And in a game of mistakes, whoever makes the least mistakes will win.
$59.
Well, that cue ball just started to drift on. It's just pulled up in time. Couple of balls away here, Judd Trump, from taking this frame, taking a lead into the interval. It'll be the first time he's been in front since 2-1. Well, he's tried a crafty one there, and what a shot that is. He's lost the cue ball, but a great attempt.
Yeah, it's hard to think of any other player in the game that would see that or have that in their arsenal of shots. Great attempt.
The audacity of it. He's a brilliant shot maker, this man, Judd Trump.
Yeah, literally got the white to travel 22 feet to
Judd
play
Trump,
a gentle
66.
cannon. And he hasn't done enough. 65 ahead, 67 on the table.
Well, this looks good. May have caught it just slightly thicker than intended. He's covered the majority of the reds. Although the one red Kyren can see is the one red that is insurance for Judd Trump at the moment. So if Kyren can find refuge for this cue ball and promote this red, it's to his advantage. Couldn't see a shot to play safe. Looked at the possibility of playing the dump shot. Felt he was always leaving that red by the pink to right middle as a tempter for Judd. And you see those two reds are pretty dead set to a plant as well. If you pop the first red, the second red will go in.
One. Judd Trump, 1.
Kyren just working out the mats. Black on the side cushion is not helping his cause. Might elect to play the red off the jaws. Depends on the angle. And the fact he had an angle, he could get down for the blue.
One.
But if he was straighter, he could have played the red off the jaws down the table. Prepared to gamble on the double.
He was right behind it, straight in the heart of the pocket. So Kyren Wilson has carved himself out half a chance here to at least get himself back into this frame.
Nine.
Won't be all that pleased with that positional shot. He's got to dig deep on this cue ball, nip into this white. Well, that is a very well played shot. To control the cannon off the pink, keep himself
16.
on a red in such a way that he can play back down for the black. In just removing the pink away from that red makes it a lot easier to lay a snooker in behind off the last red.
$17.
Change of plan. Just wants to pot this black, leave himself the option to stun the cue ball in behind the black, send the red up into baulk. Preferably close to a baulk colour.
$24. Conversion. 24.
He gambled there, Kyren, trying to get tight in behind the black. There you see, 2 snookers required for Kyren Wilson, or 1 and a free ball. It's in his interest to keep this red in play.
Nicely played from Judd there. Expect Kyren to hit this. Just gives Judd a chance to play another good safety. He's got the snooker. Fully expect Judd to come off a couple of cushions. Contact with the red. always a little bit harder after a bout of safety play and tactical play to pot. Still expected Judd to get that. I'd like to have this frame won in the dressing room already.
One.
That time Kyren didn't have the option to keep the red in play, so plan B, red, black, and then try and lay the snooker on the yellow. Would like to probably get this cue ball into baulk. Green possibly the target to lay the snooker. It's okay, you can just stun the cue ball across now.
Comparison. 8.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's pretty full ball snooker. Judd Trump can get past this far enough to come 2 cushions with no problems. Well, he's missed it.
4. Comparison. 4.
So all of a sudden, it's just the one snooker needed for Kyren Wilson.
He could have played that better. Left Judd a chance of this yellow. Which is pot.
2.
And I don't think Kyren will give up. Again, back to needing 2 snookers.
Just try. 2.
Well, this is a brilliant attempt. And quite expertly played. Now, is Kyren able to use this blue in any way to his advantage? Can he get the cue ball welded to it and control the green enough to lay the snooker?
Judd purposely playing the green onto the black, just take it off its spot.
It's a fairly big target now, though, the black and blue. Especially if you can separate cue ball and object ball on the diagonal line from that corner of the table to this one. Try and get blue and black as snookering balls.
both players will be glad this frame's over to have that break, the interval. Just relax, regroup.
They didn't have a lot of time in between the afternoon and evening session here. Just shy of 2 hours to get out, reset, re-prepare for this evening session.
Foul.
Yeah, and with that foul,
4.
Kyren Wilson concedes. Judd Trump wins the frame, and at the interval, he leads 7 frames to 6.
9-20.
He's tried it. Well, he's been very unfortunate there, Kyren. He's hit the reds too full. It's not very often you say that.
Yeah, it didn't have a great angle, but judged it very well. Powered it round. Some consolation. It's a touching ball, so you can be able to more or less put the white where he likes. If you can get at it, of course. It's awkward bridging. I'd love to be able to play it around the angles back to balk.
Conversion. 20.
It's fearful of playing thick around the pack, potentially pushing the red close to the right pocket. Went for the thinner option. Might have left Judd with the same decision to make. Well, and Kyren can consider himself unlucky to leave a plant.
Well, talk about shot maker. What a shot he's found there. Those reds were nowhere near one another.
Yes, need to be a bit of making all right in it. And just giving him control. You can just leave the snooker.
And that shot a better shot than it looked. Not easy to rest up behind a colour when you're so close to the cushion. Although big target, 2 cushions into the back of the pack for Kyren.
Both players seem to be fearful, just leaving the white, the black cushion. It's going to give the initiative to the other player to play a telling safety. And they're also fearful of leaving a touching ball.
So Judd looking for a thin edge off the red 2 from the right. Just control the red into the pack. Oh, what a mistake. He's missed the red completely. Whoa, what a time for that to happen. He was trying to catch the red thin, but not that thin. He was up pretty quickly. I think he knew as soon as he'd struck it. The gift of an opportunity.
One. Six. Seven.
As we draw closer to the crux of this match, bottle
14.
plays a massive part, these two bags of it. It's going to come down to who makes fewer mistakes. And that mistake from Judd Trump could be very costly at the worst possible time.
Fifty. Two.
Kyren Wilson hasn't made a break over 50 since the 7th frame of this match. How we'd love one here.
23. Thirty. $31.
Keeping himself very much in the zone here, Kyren. Making that extra effort to keep his concentration and focus.
38. $39.
They've had an anxious moment as that black
46.
went towards the pocket, just about slid in. That near jaw.
47.
That applause signifies the crowd aware that snooker's acquired and frame over. It's been a good response. See in the last frame, Judd Trump stepped it up with a century. There's every chance
54.
Kyren's going to repay the compliment.
Kyren, 54. And the frame.
You won't worry too much about that, Kyren Wilson. He's level the frame back at 8-all.
Maybe put him on this one. Frame 17. Judd Trump to break.
Warm applause for Kyren Wilson as he comes back into the arena after levelling the match at 8-all. Yet again, players are tied. Only ever been one frame in it at most.
On the long red overcut from Kyren Wilson, so First half chance to Judd Trump. This red from range is a chance to get in, but can he knock it in? Yeah, great shot.
One.
But again, played it slightly conservative, screwing back. Could have just stunned across the face of the blue. Still on this yellow. Blue is available as well. It's very thin though.
Brown ball.
Well, you can see the brown, so trying to get the cue ball in and out of balk.
Judd Trump. One.
He got the cue ball part right, but he's missed the brown.
One. Eight. Nine.
Yeah, play that with right-hand side just to check it back. As you can see, it's parallel on the black. You also see him put his tip where he'd like this white to be. Like to be low. Gonna pot it and disturb a few reds.
16.
Landed straight, so has to go plan B. Try and split them from the black. Has to be careful he doesn't really screw into them, because he'll come off that pack, come back towards the black. Judged it well.
24.
It just caught the left-hand side of that red, so when he came back, still able to trap it in the middle of the table.
$25.
And there's plenty of reds available for Kyren now. Looks quite congested round the pink spot, but as he pots one, it will release another. So on, so forth. This is a good
59.
scoring chance. A chance that, should he take it, will take him within one of the title.
Third.
All the hours of practice you put in as a player, all with the purpose to serve you well in
37.
these moments. Because the less experienced players never quite sure how it will pan out. Kyren Wilson and Judd Trump
38.
have been in 60 ranking finals in total combined. They certainly know how to get over the line in matches.
$45. 46.
Just slightly lost the white and potting that plant. Might be forced into playing the yellow instead. plays the blue, I think he would have to use those pink and reds to stop the white. Could be to his advantage, of course, but he's gone back to the other choice, the extension on the yellow.
The reason he chose against playing the blue was the possibility of going into the reds and pink.
Okay.
You never quite guaranteed. Something could potentially go wrong.
Yeah.
Took the more difficult yellow, struck it nicely.
$49.
Well, Kyren didn't go far enough on the red for
Kyren
comfort, had to really dig into
49.
that cue ball to avoid cannoning into the pack of reds, and that was the exact thing he didn't want to do, go into the reds, trying to screw round the angles for the red into left corner. Just possibly took his eye slightly off the blue, focusing more on where the cue ball was going. There's been many twists and turns in this match. To and throw, nip and tuck. This could be a huge moment. This really would be a body blow.
6. $7. $14.
He was doing everything in his
15.
powers, Kyren Wilson, to avoid playing the little holding cannon into the reds and pink. Was looking for any option but to play that shot. I bet he wishes he'd played it now. Didn't play the wrong shot. Just put too much focus on what was happening with the cue ball.
22.
And now up steps Judd Trump for a counter-attack.
$23.
A player that has won so much in recent times thoroughly acknowledges that this is a massive moment in this match.
$29.
He's in such a winning habit at the moment. Hasn't lost the season. Won 4 matches to win the Shanghai Masters. He's won 6 here to get to this final. If he can clear up here, he'll go favourite to win another match and another title. Plenty of room to get past the red.
37.
He'll be furious with that. Maybe the red to black, he could have been
37.
a little bit straighter on the black, but even still, you wouldn't expected him to make such an elementary mistake. Massive let off for Kyren.
You can't catch your breath. You could cut the tension with a knife in that arena. Things have got very, very tense. Whoa, what a time for that. Kyren Wilson. Unbelievable shot. He had a rough idea that red was going close to that right corner pocket. Played it at such a pace that he was trying to get distance between cue ball and object ball. Fancied it going close, and well, it certainly went close.
Yeah, because as soon as he hit the red, you could see him glance to the corner pocket, winning it in. It'd love to be nicer on a colour. Decision to make.
Well, there was a moment earlier on in this game when Kyren decided to take something on. The percentages were not in his favour and it cost him the frame. He certainly won't be making the same mistake twice. He's weighing up all his options here, Kyren Wilson. Doing the maths himself. Feels now is the time to attack, clearly. Had the guaranteed safety shot to put Judd in trouble there. Can't blame him for attacking. Can never blame someone for trying to win a match. But again, he could have left that yellow, and then you'd be questioning the shot selection.
While he was relieved, he didn't leave Judd a pot. He knew he was going to be in trouble. And difficult to hit. Very difficult to hit. Try and get it safe. Back to this pattern of play. Last two frames were quite fluent and won easily. We're back to this mini game of
fall. And with Judd 7. Back.
Yeah, going back and
掉赢眼嘛。
it nearly has the feel of a yellow ball game, considering the points and where the balls are.
分球。
Yeah, it's important. The white ball goes exactly into that circle there. Just
Kyren feels it's difficult to get enough swerve on the cue ball, bounce it into the left side cushion and find a wide enough line to catch this yellow, so possibly rerouting here. He's got to swerve so far around the brown and catch the cushion just before the middle pocket. Could quite easily catch this yellow too thin and push it on.
excellent opportunity here for Judd to lay a snooker. Green, pink and brown were a big target. That's a mistake. Felt once he avoided hitting the green, guaranteed to snooker Kyren.
Again, Another one of them shots where a thin edge is so important. Yes, the yellow has gone over the corner pocket, but Kyren Wilson's cue ball was absolutely perfect. The contact had to be. And in a way, he kind of deserves the result. Big target up in behind them colours. But it was very difficult to get there.
Foul.
Wow, what a mistake again. That's the second time Judd Trump has
I missed.
looked through a small gap and caught the red closest to him. Clearly there was not much of a gap between them. Now, referee Zhang Tao coming round to just...
Yeah.
Well, Kyren, fair play. He's had a good look at it himself. He's convinced it's not a free ball. Looks quite tight to me there.
Yeah, let the ref put the red or so beside it.
Back.
But again, wasn't sure.
有阴影吧
Again, this might take a couple of moments to get the balls back, the exact position. Judd obviously felt there was a gap there.
And this really does need to be right. So the referee and the marker working together to get this one just right. Those balls need to be bang in the middle of those circles until a little yellow spot becomes clear above them. Only then will they know that they've got the ball replaced perfectly.
This is good TV.
This is tense.
Yeah, we've still the white to do as well. And yellow, of course.
Yeah, the yellow's good there, mate. So this final is still no clearer as to who is going to be crowned champion. Best of three it's become. And again, another frame that's gone right down to the wire. I think Judd has just stood behind this, possibly thinking he can maybe see a little more than he perhaps first thought he could. And I would have to agree with him.
cue ball
I think it's millimetres here, if that. But Judd just taking a second to explain. Not doing himself any favours here, which is very
fair play to him.
sporting.
That millimetre or two is vital for this shot.
5
I think we're all hoping he definitely hits the yellow. We don't need these being replaced again.
Now, where's it going to finish? Wants it to run. Needs it to run. Well, this yellow is on now for Kyren Wilson. 11 points to the good.
Two.
Yeah, he's on the green. Green and brown required. One good piece of cueing here to go within one of the title. Brilliant shot.
5
I
And making absolutely sure of frame ball, Kyren Wilson, as he always does, battles hard. And now he's earned himself a chance at lifting this title. He needs one more frame. Judd Trump with it all to do. Can the world number one fight back?
Kyren 14. And frame.
Yeah, Judd Trump concedes. And it's Kyren Wilson who leads 9 frames to 8.
Frame 18. Kyren Wilson to break.
There hasn't been more than one frame between the players all day. Kyren Wilson would love for that to change. And change now. If it does, he's the champion. Kyren has won 6 ranking titles.
One.
4 other players have won 6 ranking titles as well. Kyren wins this, put him on 7. There'll only have been 14 players in the history of the game who've won more ranking titles. That's the bracket of greatness he's starting to move into.
Green ball.
This will feel so big for Kyren as well, though, not just because of the
Kyren
event
Wilson,
itself, but
1.
to win your first title as the world champion, with all the expectation and extra pressure that comes with that this campaign. It'll feel like a box ticked so very early on in the season.
And also, he would have beaten O'Sullivan in the semi, Trump in the final. Doesn't get any better than that. But he's still a lot to do, as close as he is to the line.
Brilliant cueing from Kyren Wilson. Once again, not for the first time today, he knocks in a red like that from deep in baulk. But that one, surely the most important. Well, he's lost the cue ball. He's been a little bit unfortunate. Didn't get the full enough contact on the pack to keep the white down this business end. He's got the reds open all right. How do you fancy this one? talk so much about Kyren Wilson's straight cueing. For moments like this, you rely on it. And it's delivered again. What a shot from Kyren.
Hey.
Brilliant cueing to stand up and back yourself in those moments. All the hours of practice on the practice table, to stand there and knock them in. The sign of a true champion.
Yeah, absolutely no thought of screwing back, trying to get an element of cover. Just totally committed. Again, in that last frame,
14.
to beat Ronnie in the semis, he put a brilliant long red and followed up with a century. Will he do the same here? See, the black's not in play. Unless he potentially got
15.
close to it. But there's enough open reds. You can certainly break the back of the frame here. Forget the black and just get busy. Try and get as big a lead as possible.
Yes, it's all about cue ball now for Kyren Wilson. Keep moving his white around into areas where not only has he got options, but
20.
the pot is harder to miss than it is to pot. As you can see, he will not be pleased with the outcome of that shot on the blue. Had a lot of room to overrun that shot. Looking at a speculative 3-ball plant here. He will definitely be sending his cue ball up to balk. Well, stop it. I bet you he wished he'd played for a colour now.
Earlier on in the match, he went for brown, similar enough to this. Yeah, played that very well.
Kyren Wilson, 21.
Heads back to his seat to just brush off that contribution now. Kyren disappointed by the fact he didn't get on his red from the blue. Took a second there to figure out where best to leave Judd Trump. Try and make it as difficult as possible. And he's left the red. Felt a very risky shot that for Judd. He obviously felt he had no other option. Barely had any room for error. Awkward cueing for Kyren, but one good pot here and he could be away again. Good shot.
1.
He won't be making the same mistake twice here. He'll make sure to overdo this blue, if anything.
Six. 7.
Just caught that red full enough not to be on the pink. Hardest frame to win in any match, let alone a final. It's the last frame. He's certainly having to work hard for it here. Setting himself up for this important red.
And again, knocks it in with full confidence. That type of shot, just stood behind it, telling yourself, come on, just one more good strike. Let this be the one. That could well be the one for Kyren Wilson. No signs of retreat. This time has taken the chance to go into the red, and this time has played it well. So this really is now frame and match-winning chance for Kyren Wilson. He's got the balls exactly where he'd want them. This is his chance to lift this title for the very first time. He's lifted the big one, Kyren Wilson. He'll be feeling it all right. But he's just taken a second here to gear himself up for this visit. A title-winning visit.
But the fact that he has won the big one will certainly stand to him here.
26.
And with that extra roll of the ball to get high on the blue, it's hard to see him not winning from here now. So 54 ahead, red, black. Snooker's required for Judd Trump.
He's praying for a miracle now, Judd Trump. This then, match ball.
Yeah, he knows it's over. He'll be feeling so good.
Kyren
7th ranking title.
Sorry, Fergal.
And having defeated Ronnie O'Sullivan in the semi. And Judd Trump in the final. Tremendous.
47.
He's shown us all this week why he's a very worthy world champion, Kyren Wilson. So very dedicated to his sport, hungry for more, eager to come back and pave his own way, build his own legacy in the sport. And it's great to see our world champions start the campaign off with another trophy. His 7th world ranking title.
63.
What a season this could be for him. Brilliant.
$69.
Little bit of a victory lap for him now as well. He's really put in a solid shift this week. As you say, he's beat Ronnie O'Sullivan in the semi-finals and now the world #1 in the final. Someone in Judd Trump, he just cannot lose in China at the minute. Shanghai Masters champion last month. He's fallen one short here, the world #1.
74.
It's apt as well in the home of the Terracotta Warriors. It's Snooker's warrior, who's made history. Tremendous performance.
78.
Yeah, crowd love that. Not as much as Kyren did. It's been a fantastic performance in what's been a fantastic tournament.
And now Kyren giving Judd a taste of his own medicine. The crowd absolutely loving this, and why not? All this emotional energy leaving Kyren's body. He is our champion, Kyren Wilson, the world champion, and now the Xi'an Grand Prix champion. Huge congratulations to him.